Hello, welcome to my VOD channel. I do a lot of programming and some other things like playing games. If you want to see the streams live, you can watch them on my Twitch. There's a link in the description. Without any further delay, let's get to the stream. All right, we're on. Okay, so been another little bit there. I kind of realized doing this world generation configuration stuff is going to take absolutely forever if I don't actually make this reloadable. So essentially what I mean here is I would just want to be able to change this file, upload it, run a command within the game, and the chunks around me regenerate on their own. So that's what I'm going to do right now. I don't know why it's taking me this long to do it, because honestly restarting the whole server just for this and going through and deleting files, way too much work. So I'm going to create a command and get to it. This will be a special sort of configuration here where at the top I'll do something like what is it called? Debug mode. And essentially I want to be sure that this command can only be run at all as long as the server started up with debug being true. This allows me, or this prevents me from, or anyone else, from making the mistake of regenerating the world in production, essentially. This line will be excluded, it'll be false. As long as it's not true when the server starts up, there's going to be no way to hot reload this configuration or anything like that, or regenerate chunks. So, world generator command. Oh, this actually needs to be changed, doesn't it? The name of this, this does need to be changed. Also, these can all be deleted. These are just clutter files. Yep. Okay. Plugin, what is it called? World Gen Data command. So I'll go ahead and rename that. I did the wrong thing. How to do that? There we go. World Gen Data command. And honestly, I should commit that to the repository first. Okay. All right. And I'm actually going to give this a better name. Okay. This one. we'll need to load it from here. I think I'll just give this a static thing. Or well, actually, sorry, private. Yep. So init load. So this isn't really it's not really enforced, but I think it'll be fine. I guess we could make this private. I could make it true. Actually, yeah. I think I'll change this to reloadable. And initially this value can be true. Yeah. So here's where I can enforce it. I will just make these private, actually, because at the moment there's no reason for these to be public. If it's reloadable, we'll load it. And the first time we run this, of course, this does have the effect of being able to turn it off. You can turn it off in the middle of processing, but you cannot turn it on. So generator, we'll actually have this. Of course, it will default to, well, false. If reloadable is true, then we'll set and I'll do some logging here every time. I suppose actually we could just do this last. It might be best to do this last after all of the processing has happened. All right. Essentially, if it ever goes off, it will stop allowing it to be loaded, right? Clearly. And it defaults to true. So the first time it will always load it. I can specify that. Right. And now I don't want to do this here. I want to do this on the command. So when we actually run the command, we'll run initialization here again. Should override everything. And essentially, it will then start regenerating chunks around players. That part I don't actually know how to do yet. I guess it'll take me take a little bit of research to figure that much out, but we'll get there. This doesn't have anything special. As you can check the configuration, have a getter for this. Simple. This can be run by anyone, we don't care. And actually, I'm going to do more of a... this one, I actually want to be sure that I don't mess this up and allow it to accidentally be reloadable by anyone. So we will do... not a player, we'll just do that. What is it? Permissions, core. Where do I check this? Permissions. Yeah. Do I have another command? This one doesn't even care. I just don't know where. Check permission. What do I have? Check permission. User. UID. Check permission, UID, string permission. And I suppose I can do it here. What is it? I guess I need to set these. Oh. There'll need to be two things. And I don't want to run that. I can run my own thing where I open up the database connection, get profile information, say like, okay, do they have this permission? I don't need to do any of that. I can just run this. That's simple enough. Okay. Otherwise we do and then this is where I need to look things up. No idea how to start doing that, so let's look it up. Let me go ahead and put this on my phone. There we go. Okay. So let's see here. I guess I can put this on screen. Okay. Let's flip this over. All right. Reload chunk. No, that's not what I want to do. That's resend chunks. See if this leads me somewhere. World edit. Okay. Let's do to regenerate a chunk. Use this method. Otherwise, in world edit. It literally just uses world edit to regenerate it. Is there something that I can just say, hey, I just want to start regenerating chunks, all chunks? Oh, come on. What is this? Minecraft suggestions. This is not what I'm looking for at all. Just what the? Okay, let's go back here and see if sorry, not back here. Let's go back here. Paper. I mean, that was really okay. I would like 118. And we'll search for junk. Add plugin chunk ticket. Loading this chunk is not already loaded. The chunk at specified chunk coordinates is force loaded. Is there a reload? Unloads and optionally saves. Generate. There's one but that's optional. Or it won't generate unless you. It's not been. Ah, come on. Gotta be something here. What? Nothing? Loading this chunk is already loaded. Okay, let's try. Wait, I want to go back to the search. Chunk. I have to click these. Chunk generator. What is this? All right, I'm gonna take a short, not really a short break. We'll be back in a minute. What's this? Okay, be back in a moment. All right, I'm back. Okay. Flick back over to this. Okay. This one, I feel like this is on the world. I feel like this one's got to have something related to chunks here. Yeah, chunk. It'd be nice if I could scroll past this instead of clicking through it. For some reason, not showing on the sidebar. Why are there so many functions for this? There's so many overloads. Oh my gosh. That is so many over. Just go to the top here. Request a chunk. This chunk be loaded at a given coordinate. This makes going to no guarantee. Is there not something I can set that's just like reload all chunks? The chunk generator for this world. Maybe this is what I could use. You know, if there's chunk generator, chunk data are not directly provided. Nope. Get an array of all loaded chunks. No, that won't do what I want. Load the chunk at the specified coordinates. Generate whether or not to generate the chunk if it doesn't already exist. So no. Ooh, regenerate chunk. Regenerating a single chunk is not likely to produce the same chunk as before. This train decoration may be spread across chunks. Well, why is it deprecated? What's my alternative? Whether the chunk was actually generated. Okay. So let's go look at world. How do I get it? Oh, world dot get no bucket. Wait, can I do paper? No, I suppose not. I mean, what? I can exactly look at. This is from bucket world. Yeah, okay. Bucket dot get world. Aha. Is it here? Get default world generator. I mean, what? Oh, it is just. I can't remember how I did this. How did I do this? Get world. What's it called? Is it Minecraft Overworld? It's called Minecraft Overworld. That one we have. Send a message. Right, and then overworld dot regenerate chunk. Let's go look at this implementation. Level chunk. Dot D. Regen chunk statuses. What? Still a bit. Whoops. Generating single chunk is not like it produces the same chunk as before. During decoration may be spread across chunks. May or may not change blocks in adjacent chunks as well. Do I just need to do my own thing? Let's go look at world edit. Where's the source files? You can probably search this, right? Scroll wheel, please. Regenerate. I want code. Ah. Okay. Let me sign in. Alrighty. No. Okay. Regenerate commands. Regenerate region. Forge world, bucket world. Fabric, bucket, sponge, bucket. What is going on? Is it... Gosh, this is why I don't like... this is why I hate this code style. They have the same function written in 4 different files for abstraction. World. I suppose we'll start here, I guess. Take me here. Regenerate an area. Delegate. It calls itself, you say. Ah, okay. Let's go back. Forge world, bucket world, fabric world, paperweight adapter. I'm guessing what I... The issue is, I think technically paper runs on... I don't know. I actually don't know. Let's try this one. World edit bucket, do regen. So environment chunk generator. Oh, good. Server level. Original world. Gen settings. Seed. World settings. So it looks like it just calls the try region for world. Survival fresh world. Aha. Then a region. Wait, what happened to the world generator? Here's the gen. Gen. What happens to it? Where does it go? Ah, in fresh world. Okay. Executor, bail early if a future fails. The thing is, I'm not exactly sure how much of these are world edit stuff and how much this is really doing it. Extents are definitely world edit. Block state, chunk get block state. Should regen biomes. Wait, where did it? Submit chunk load tasks. Oh. Here. How many functions deep am I gonna have to go to get this? Server world, chunk manager, region get chunks, chunk loadings.add, chunk future method, chunk. Where did this come from? What? Get chunk future main. What the hell? Where's... Man, they've really complicated this one up, haven't they? Where was I? Just take me back. Okay. Do region. We don't do region and do region. We do region and region for world. We don't regen in here. We do regen in here. And we don't do it here. We do it here. Chunk status, features. So this looks like it's kind of bypassing, straight bypassing bucket, which I think is what I'll do, I suppose. So let's pop that over here, and I will just start copying their code. Because they've deprecated their own thing, and I don't like that. The only issue is I have to do this for all chunks. I don't exactly know how I can know if I need to regenerate a chunk or not. That's the problem. I don't really know how I can... Because I want to be able to run the command and just fly around. I don't want to have to keep running the command every time I want to reload chunks. Because I know there's a method to get the currently loaded chunks, but then I want to also be able to go into new chunks and be like, okay, yeah, I want to reload these as well. I could just set it so that it will always reload and regenerate the chunk every time. Perhaps. Maybe that'll be best. I mean, perhaps that's what I should do. If I have reloadable, I'll just reload the chunk every time I wander into it. Okay. I guess I'll need an event for that, actually. So, let's go back here and try to find chunk load event. Probably exactly what I want, right? Call it when a chunk is loaded, New chunk gets if this chunk was newly created or not. Right. Can I save information to a chunk manually? Can I just be like, hey, I want to save like a version number to this chunk? I would love to be able to do that, so I'm not actually reloading it every time it's not a new chunk. So let's go here. What do we have? Is that really all I have? Persistent data holder. Aha, I do. We have this persistent data container. Okay, this is great. This is great. So if I have a persistent data container for each chunk, I can save a little extra tag next to the chunk to say what version it is. So we'll do that. And it's pretty simple. I can just reload or well, huh. Okay, well, I've got my ideas now. So we'll head back here. So the good thing is I have some stuff that I can do here. I'll go ahead and document how this works. Handles live reloading for chunks on the server. It is saved along with a version number. Used to determine if a chunk needs to be generated at a later time. You generated, okay, fine, later. It needs to be regenerated later. When this command is run, current version number is incremented. Current version number is incremented. And, current version number is, we'll just say, current version number is randomized to allow for reloading across restarts, and chunks without that version number are automatically reloaded or regenerated. Chunks without that version number are automatically regenerated if they currently loaded or when they are loaded later. Yeah. And I'll put a little disclaimer here because I just realized something. It is best to stay still for a moment for running this command to ensure that active chunk generation completes. Chunks which are currently being generated and loaded may not regenerate. Yep. Okay. So this is pretty simple. We'll just have a We'll just use a randomization thing. World gen reload command. Yeah, we'll just make it a long. I gotta sneeze. No sneeze this time, apparently. Okay. Well, this is. I'll just set it here. I'll do version code equals core random next long. This assignment never accessed, yada yada. And we'll say, after this loads, then we say version code core random next long. Almost want to create a function for this because I'm doing this twice, so I'll do that. It's whatever. Private void. Ooh. Reset version code. Reset version code. Update version code. And what we'll say is world.chunks get loaded chunks. Whoa, what have I just done? Okay. Nothing bad. And I'll actually rename this again. World regenerate command. World regenerate. Okay. Nice. World regenerate, and I got updated here too. Because it sucks. I have to list the same thing 3 times. Okay. Right. And I'm going to do the world edit method here, which is to invoke it, chunk manager, features, true. Interesting. So block vector 3 in the region for every block in the region. Huh. Interesting. Check state chunk is not null. And then for every chunk. Huh. Get block entity. Set block state base block. Should regenerate biome. Extent. Where does extent come from? I'm just trying to understand this. Huh. Really strange how they do this. I suppose I could use world edit to run this. I'm gonna see if I have, I think I have world edit on this. Although in production, of course, I will not have world edit on the actual server. Okay, let's see here. Plugins. World edit's there. I could use it. Huh. I kind of want to. Just tell world edit to do this. So I suppose I will, actually. I'll figure out how to use this. Okay. Yeah. Because there's a lot of things that I'm not fully understanding, and rather than really getting into it, I'm just going to trust that world edit does it well enough. And go with what they have written. So, how can I use world edit in my plugin? That's what I want to know. Change the log, compiling, contributing. World edit libs. Project shades API libraries. Cause a publicly reference from core. Oh. This is not. What? I'd like to know how to actually use this. Okay, let's see. End user documentation. Developer API. Okay. Does not depend on any platform, provides no conversion classes. The bucket API provides conversion between bucket types and world edit. Okay, so let's do this. Depend. Isn't there like an optional depend? How do I make it optional? Why did my phone turn off? What? Don't do that. Okay. We're all good. All right. Okay, I guess first of all I can just do this. Repository, I think, well, maybe it doesn't. Repository is, yeah, okay. I'm kind of confused why they don't provide just the copy paste for this. It's kind of funny. Group. I guess I don't actually need to world edit. Doesn't mean anything. URL. There we go. And we'll get what's going on here. Provides transitive vulnerability dependency. Okay. I don't actually care about that. Provided dependency. World edit bucket. Did not find it. Great. Is that all I need? The version depending on the server, or the version of Minecraft you're building for. 6 is for 7. Why is that not up to 8? Oh, 7. Well, yeah, okay. Version 7.2? Alright, import it. Give me world edit. Cannot find artifact in paper MC. Well, don't look in paper MC. H27. Yeah, you're not doing paper MC. You're doing world edit. World edit was not found during a previous. Just do it, man. Yeah, I don't know why they don't just provide the exact code sample for it. Kind of annoying. Did I misspell it? Nope. Did I misspell this? Nope. I guess I could look here. Or that core. bucket. Ah, right. That's how they're listed. 7.2.18? Really? That's just not true, man. Well, look. What's going on? What is going on? It's not looking in the other repository I've given it. Go. Try this one, buddy. Try this one, buddy. Oh my gosh. Do I just need to remove this in order for you to try it, you big dummy? Was not found. What the hell is going on? Re-go. Re-go. Do it again. Cannot find world edit 218. Oh, because I am dumb. It's supposed to be 217. Why is there... I don't know, man. Go again. Failed to download. Right, because I forced it to actually try this repository, finally. Okay. Now we're good. All right. We got it. Great. Okay. Now I can move it down. Does this normally happen where it just refuses to actually try it? Because it doesn't instill confidence in me that it's actually trying the right place when it doesn't even say that it tried it. Okay, great. So now I need to figure out how to call this. I would like the 2.17 documentation. Great. And we'll do regenerate, world regenerate here. World edit, world regenerate region. So can I do world edit adapter bucket adapter adapt world overworld regenerate region. There we go. Extent. I'm kind of confused what the difference here is. Region. That's not all I'm looking for. Region. Okay. This is going to get complicated because I have to do all this casting and crap. All right. Let's just get rid of all that. And I would like world WE world. Let's adapt that. And I want to import this one. This one will be org bucket world. We world. So can I do like region? How do I create regions? Okay. Region. Let's get region factory. Okay, well that's not what I want. Why would they call it a region factory if it's not actually a region factory? Why do I have swing in here? Why is swing here? That's kind of annoying. Region equals new read. How do I, what? Region. Okay, come on, guys. Come on, guys. Why is it this hard? Why'd you make it this far hard? Regions. Factory? Cuboid region factory? It's not what I want. Create set, that's not what I want. What the hell? I just want to create a region from a chunk. Is it really just that hard to do? Is it really that hard to do? Using 2 corners of the cuboid. Oh, finally. Okay. My gosh. I love to be able to import chunk here now. Thanks. Thank you. Do I want... Well, this is a bucket chunk. Chunk dot get x, I believe. Guess the x coordinate of this chunk. It'd be nice if it specified whether that was be nice if it specified what it was, but okay, sure. Make cuboid region out of the given region using minimum and maximum bounds of the provided region. Region that contains the faces of this cube. So I guess first I need to, well, I mean, we'll always be regenerating current chunks. So I'll actually put this in a command or a function called click static void. We'll do we'll pass in X, Z. Very simple. And I believe we can pass in a world, so I'll do that as well. World. Be a bucket world. And this will just, yeah, it won't do any checks here. It'll just reload it on the spot. We can create... let's call it version. No reason to be, no need to be crazy. Ooh. Okay. Get wait. Get our default. Yeah, that's what I want. Version code. Long. And then can be null. Right? Is that? What? What? Does that make it better? What? Key provided long. Oh, what the? Very silly. Annotated as non-null. Oh. Okay. Okay. This is gonna be like this. All right. Container has these names are confusing. Version key is a long. We'll do, yeah, regeneration here. Actually, yeah, if we have a version key, we'll do as a version key. We do need to check it here because it's possible that a loaded chunk has, well, Actually, I suppose not. Yeah, I suppose actually not. Yeah, there's no reason to do that. So, then we just call regenerate chunk, overworld, chunk, yeah, get X, get Z. Edit world. So I want this to implement listener. I'll have a player chunk load event. What is this? Player receives a chunk. Oh. Called when a chunk is loaded. Yeah. We can just do a simple check here. If survival config is reloadable, we just return on spot. I can actually do two things. If get chunk, get persistent data container. Here we go. And actually, I guess we can also do this. Yeah, this should be up here. Why are things flashing? What's going on? My computer stopped doing that. We're not start from memory. Quit flashing the screen. Like Opera GX just keeps like flashing and popping. The unique name of this world. So it should be, let me find usages for this to check. Yeah, it should be like that. Yeah, okay. Actually, let me hang on. Because it's still confusing what this actually is. Get key. key, so it's not the namespace. Okay, good. Good, good, good. Good, good, good. Don't tell me you're actually unboxing this. What the hell? I mean, I guess I can just do this. Unboxing a version may produce null. That's hilarious. I can't even do this because it would still unbox it. That's dumb. Okay. I do need the chunk still, I suppose. Does chunk provide its own world? It does. Okay. So I don't even do that. I'll just pass in the chunk because that's exactly what I'm doing everywhere. I have the chunk itself. Does chunk have its own regenerate on top of it? Maybe. It might. Okay. About one of these. Oh, they don't allow me to adapt it. Great. Check loaded. What? Okay, apparently not. I can just do that. Okay, that's fine. That's cool. So I need to do a little bit of math here. When I set a region, or for negative coordinates, it needs to be from the negative value. Actually, I can't remember. I need to actually go look. Let me put all these on here. Are we safe here? Yeah, we're safe. Look at the mountain. Let me just move everything over here. I don't know why Opera is so slow for me to drag tabs over. It's very slow. Oh wow, that one was like instant. Okay. All right. Does time of day pass? It does not. I disabled it. Good. But I'll put myself in creative anyway. All right, where are we at? Let's go to, let me do Almic to 0, 300, 0. Okay, excellent. So when we go to negative chunks, what do we have? So we're -1, -1. So I can define that as being get chunk borders. They're on the ground. As -16 to -1. So yeah, when we're at negative, we need to offset by 1 because 0 is in the positive coordinate. And -1 is the first negative coordinate. So very sad. Oh yeah. And then we'll do int world x is going to be chunk size times chunk x. Or well, if it's negative, we'll just do because 0, 0 would be 0, right? Then we do if chunk x is less than 0, world x minus equals 1, or will be negative. Chunk size is 16? Yeah, it is. Well, I guess it... Wait. Minus 1. Minus 1. Just to be clear about the operation order. And then if it is greater than or equal to 0, we will add 1. So this will turn actually no. Yeah, sorry. If it's less than 0. Or subtract. Sorry, subtract 1. Negative coordinate correction. So this will be -16 minus 1. Whoops, yeah. Increment that by 1. So we'll start at negative 16 and drop back to like negative 17. So we add 1 to be negative 16. And then we go from this plus 15, and that's our whole selection for the chunk. For 0, this would be 0 minus 1. Crap. That doesn't work. So just leave it. Okay. We'll leave it like this. Because 0 is 0. 1 is 16. Let me this is the most confusing thing ever. So when we're here, the biggest value is 15. Right. The smallest value is 0. Right. Okay. Negative coordinate correction. Actually, I guess I don't really need that, do I? Because I'm just adding 15. Right? So we're negative 1, we go to negative 16. If we're at 0, we're at 0. If we're at 1, we're at 16. We're at negative 1, we're at negative 16. Yeah, okay, this seems alright. Now I need to create a region around this. Edit world, regenerate. Region options. So region need a new cuboid region. So we'll take our edit world, block position vector, I just say that, right? At so this is the start position. So this will just be world X chunk dot. Wait, what? Edit world. Ah, great. Min Y. And then world Z. Vector 3 at okay, that one should be good. And now we have our extent, which what the heck is an extent? And why do I need it? World portion of world. Entities placed. How can I It's an interface. Sub-interface with the world? Oh, do I just provide the world? Looks like I can. Region options. I don't know if that's correct to provide the world. Region options. What? Oh, regen options. Region biomes. True. Seed. Actually not necessary. Okay, and returns a Boolean. Man, I would love to have that documentation. True if successful. Okay. It's not successful. I will do... I kind of want to do a log, but I don't think I should. I think I'll just leave it because I think it will print out for me if things fail. It should print out for me if things failed. This is quite silly though. A builder just to add 2 values. Why have a builder for that? Why have a builder for that? Why? That is so silly. Okay. Regenerate chunk, chunk load. On chunk load, this needs to be in event handler, priority, normal, I suppose. This isn't really anything urgent. New chunks don't need regeneration, only generate in the overworld, only regenerate when reloadable. Compare version codes. If it has a code, check it, and if it matches, then we return. Seconds pass, we reload now, regenerate chunk. Regenerate chunk. Bucket adapter. So I believe when a chunk is regenerated, it should automatically update on my side. I believe. I suppose I'll find out. Well, yeah, because we call regenerate here. So we're using world edit. I'm gonna hope that world edit is kind and does that for me. Although actually I'm gonna put this into a... I think I want to put this into a asynchronous thing. Thank you, Vaximo, for following. Thank you. Hello. How are you doing? What am I doing? So I'm working on world generation. I just teleported away, and it's kind of a far way to fly, but I would go look at it. I mean, actually, here, let me go show you. Should be simple enough to just do this. So I'm working on world generation, and what I want to do is actually be able to reload chunks as I go. At the moment, whenever I want to change how the world generates, I have to shut down the server, delete the world file, restart it, and do all this stuff. So I'm setting up so that I can just immediately do that without having to fiddle around with all of that. So at the moment, I'm doing surface decoration. I'm turning the world terrain into just desert right now. But I want to be able to modify this basically in real time, so I don't have to keep restarting the server every time I want to do it. How do I code for Minecraft? I use Java. Schedule, do I even need to do that? Oh, execute. That's what I want to do. Yeah. To be honest, if I could use something else like C++, I probably would. But as far as I know, that doesn't exist yet for me, not on Java Minecraft. If it does, unfortunately, it's really late in development, so I can't actually switch over very easily. Software engineering student. Nice. What year are you in? I think I think this is done. Ready to test. Fifth year. Google Common I/O does not exist. Huh? Why? You're still Java or C? Software engineering course? Oh, okay, Python. I guess hopefully they'll show you some of that. Why is that? Package does not. Why has that happened? Why has that happened? Okay. What is it? Where is this from? Then JavaScript? I learned it by teaching it to myself. I did go to college and I have a degree in computer science, but I already knew Java and Python and C++. So, and I actually learned how to code from school. What is it? Guava. If you don't code by yourself, it's impossible to teach it. Yeah. I suppose you mean that unless you're coding on your own time, then you're not really learning it. Yeah. Definitely need to do more than just what you do in school. Is that what I'm looking for? Ah, cool. Yeah. I don't exactly know what Flask is, but React is for website development, right? I mean, I asked the question, but I know it is. Is Flask? Yeah. Okay. Flask is for backend. All right. Okay. I think I'm ready to test this. Although I'm definitely worried that I might have forgotten something. I mean, this should work. Ah, that's what I nearly forgot. Okay. Is it world regenerate? World regenerate. Just be safe. Apparently I typoed it, so thankfully I did that. New, yeah. Oh. Hmm. Working on a tech company? No. I have no job right now. I'm looking for a job. It is a little bit rough right now as far as job availability. Okay, now this should work. All right. Gotta make sure I put world edit on there because I'm using it now. Oh, wait. Actually, no, I think I'm fine. Yeah, actually, I should be fine. The command will just fail if it fails. So that's great. World edit is on. Server restarted. Looks like a crash. It did not crash. That's funny. Okay. All right, let's find out if it works. Live world regeneration reloading is enabled. Great. Okay. Now means I can theoretically change things here and have them reload in real time. All right. I don't really know how to... I guess that's probably what I should do. I just do full desktop. There we go. So the chunk should actually be already reloading. Which it kind of looks like it might have been doing because it was running really slow. I didn't get any errors. So first thing, I think I'm going to remove the sand. I'm going to turn off the sand by commenting it out and then uploading it, and yeah. So this, we'll remove the sand. I'll upload that, run my command, and see if it does it. All right. Oh, I need to give myself the permission to do it too. We need .world regenerates. Here we go. And that one too. Apply edits. Great. World regenerate. All right, let's see if I get an instant crash or something. Unable to access the main world to reload it. Oh. Oh, well, that's great. Okay. So what did I mess up there? Equals overworld. What is it called? Is it just called world? I can't remember. World? Let's try world. I can't remember what Minecraft calls it. It's like the dimension is overworld, but then the name is world, I think. I don't know. Alrighty. Try that again. Whoa, that was a lot of errors happening. Okay, stop. Stop the server. Stop it. Stop. Stop. Okay. What's going on here? I think I might have... It's probably because I am running on... Stop printing logs. I stopped the server. Oh my god, I stopped the server. Kill it. Kill it. Stop it. I tend to get long field J. Okay. I mean, I guess it probably is time to update that, so... What was that? Okay. Just gotta update the plugin here. It probably was an issue that I was using a more recent API than the actual thing, so do that first. Update that. And just delete that. Alrighty. Now we'll see what happens. I'm gonna hope that the only reason those errors were happening is because it was just not the most recent version. It's really slow. I think it's actually reloading though. But wow, it is really slow. It's generating fast. I mean, it's going, I'm looking at it, it's generating a lot of chunks, but it is really slow. It's like 7 times slower than it should be, which is fine. I'm fine with it being slow. It is regenerating. It is generating chunks again, though. It's running through my world generator, which is great. It's just going very slowly. Oh. I realized something. It might be stuck in an infinite loop. Yeah, it's actually stuck in an infinite loop. That's what's happening here. Stop it. Stop it. Kill it. End it. It's looping infinitely. Yeah. Because I just realized I'm not actually saving this information. do this. And I will do a function here. Very simple. And I suppose I can actually run this now. No, I want to use that here. Okay. Yeah, because it was it'd run the load, and it would call regeneration in the world that it submits it as a future ticket, and it says, "Okay, let's load this." Yeah, that's what was going on. Okay. Now this should work. Alrighty. Okay, so hopefully this should not take nearly as long as last time, because it's actually going to stop. 450 chunks processed. It's still running. Is it really regenerating that much? No, it shouldn't be doing that much. It's still running an infinite loop. I think it's still running an infinite loop. Yeah, that's not right. That's not right. Can I run compare? No. I'm not exactly sure. It's an infinite loop now. Still is, even after setting it correctly. Generic chunk is only called from the command. It's called here on chunk load. Is new chunk. Do that. So it's perhaps it's the only thing that would be possible is if setting the persistent data container isn't actually doing it, or it's getting overwritten later. Like we run regenerate, we set the value, but then it resets it anyway. If that's the case, then I don't know what to do. Because I thought this would I mean that should have worked exactly like I intended it to work. So what I'll do here is I'll do a little test. Perhaps I can store a map in memory. To do this. I guess I could. How big would that be? That would get very, very large. I mean, like thousands and... Is that fine? Let me do some math. How big is that going to be? So I believe a long is... what is it? 8 bytes? Probably, right? So like 10,000 times 8. I mean, is this too big? Is this too... I don't know why I need to do math for that, but 10,000 would be the equivalent of only a 39 chunk area. Like a range of 39 chunks. What would a 500 area be? This number. Yeah, this is getting into megabytes. I mean, maybe it's fine for memory, I suppose. But I guess I'll check it for now. Okay, so we'll just do a hash map. I believe someone sometime once said, when you don't know how to solve a problem, try using a hash map. So we're gonna go with that. Long. I don't need to store any data here. Can I just use void type? Will it allow me to do this? Because I just want to use it. I just want to use the hash map for searching. And I'll leave all this here for now, but if this works, I can just remove it. If you want to do that, set version code. Do all this. New chunks don't need that. If chunk key, get chunk key, or junior chunks contains key. return. Otherwise, when we regenerate a chunk, we'll put it onto the list. We'll put it in here. It should allow me to put null there. I don't think I've ever tried to use a hash map this way with a void value type. Should be fine. I would expect it to be fine. And when we run this, reset version code, I will just do generate chunks, clear. And we'll see what happens. This should definitely not get stuck in. No, stop that. Should definitely not get stuck in an infinite loop now. Unfortunately, this is not the way I wanted to do it. I wanted to just use the data on the chunk. Fortunately, it seems like bucket is dumb and it deletes it even though I said it. I mean, I suppose it... Oh, wait. Oh. I think I understand. So when I regenerate the chunk, I have to get it again, don't I? Because it's not the same chunk anymore. That was the issue. That was the issue. That actually was the issue. So I'll comment this out for now. Comment this out. I think I just figured out exactly what the problem was. Likely my mistake, but we'll see. So when I set the version code, I actually need to get a new chunk here. So chunk dot what the get world get chunk at chunk get key. Yep, there we go. I guess we actually don't have to reassign. I can just do that here. It's kind of a silly thing to do. Wrap around it like that. But this is no longer an infinite loop. Okay. Fixed in the correct way. Although I should have realized that was the problem immediately. Just a bit silly. Okay. Let's find out if I was right. I'm quite confident that I was. Alright, and no more infinite loop. And now we can actually see what the real load times are here. I anticipated it'll be a little bit slower, but definitely not as slow as before. Well, I mean, I say as slow as before. Slow. It'll be faster than infinite. Infinitely long. Oh, come on, please. It might still be stuck in the loop. Dang, I think it still is. And I can't just leave it running because I can't just blast my CPU usage like this. Okay. It looks like it's not going to stop because it just generated like 2,000 chunks, and that's definitely way more than it's supposed to load at first. Was that really the issue though? Oh. Well, no, because this is the thing that's happening that's being weird because this is can I get chunk? Okay, what is this? Great. Can I locate this in? You really imported just to do that? Chunk gen no longer called. Yeah, this is the issue. Because it's probably going to end up being something where this is only set to new in a state that is not what it probably should be. Wait, this is this is that. Wait, what? That's quite confusing. Am I looking at the wrong thing? Oh, well, that's helpful. Great. Yeah, that's really helpful. Okay, so I guess I have to find it somewhere in here where it gets used. I wish I could search inside these. Not here. Perhaps it is up here. Nope. Not there. I have to figure out where this is to see how they define that. Because they say, oh, if it's new, but that could mean anything. No, no, I don't need to look there. Well, maybe I do. Maybe I actually do. World level. I forget where these are. Why do I think it? Oh yeah, level gen. There it is. Okay. We're getting closer. Chunk generator abstract. Nothing there. And why is this one so hard to figure out where it is? Where do they put it? Chunk generator abstract. Oh, chunk. And then chunk generator. Bucket. No, no, it's not here. Really? Really, it's not here? Chunk load event. Okay, found it. Oh my gosh. Needs decoration. Are you... That's how they define if it's a new chunk. If it needs decoration. That's how they define it. It's definitely not what I expected. Definitely not what I expected. Because there are chunk status values, I believe. Right? What is this? And I can't remember how this... Wasn't there chunk status? Isn't there the status thing that every chunk is stored with a status? And that's how it knows what to do with it. Because there's a status associated with these. Where's this at? Oh, look, there it is. So theoretically, I can still fix this the way that I want to. I was just really hoping I could figure out... Gosh. I was just hoping I could figure out if they do it some way that I can improve on. Seems like no. Oh, what? It's gonna regenerate these every time. Oops. I need to disable this. Because that's gonna keep regenerating. Okay. Right. It's been corrected. That can be closed. So let me try getting the chunk and seeing what I have for this. What do we have? Okay, well that's unhelpful. Let's see if I can do something here. Check loaded. How do I get a chunk from someplace? Because they have their own stuff there for that. So what happens here is that we get to this point, we regenerate it. Apparently it's not a new chunk anymore. It's still not a new chunk somehow. Because they define it in the dumbest way possible. Rather than actually telling me, hey, did we just generate the chunk by calling the chunk generator? No. It says, does the chunk need decoration? No, not a new chunk in that case. It was not generated. So, I mean, really, this doesn't actually do anything. I'll just remove that. It's actually totally unhelpful. The issue is that when I hit regenerate, it removes this information. Even here. It removes it here. It's still removed. Somehow. Doesn't make sense to me. Doesn't make sense to me. I almost want to rebuild this and run this again just to see if I'm losing my mind or not. Because I'm still not. Did I understand why even doing this didn't work? Perhaps perhaps I should do this. Perhaps I should do this. I'll try this out. I don't know, I'm just trying things. Because I thought this should have recovered it. New chunk is actually totally unhelpful. It really doesn't do anything at all. I mean, okay. Alright, screw it. I don't see any other way. Because I don't... I'm going to do it this way. I'm going to do it this way. Because, because, bucket sucks. And it is not helpful. Because this clearly just doesn't work. It doesn't do anything. And I'll bring back this one. I'll put a lot of quotation marks here. I don't think I actually need to do this. No, I definitely do. I definitely do. Actually, is there anything here that might tell me if it was? No, nothing there. Okay. And actually, I should do this here because that's going to cause, yeah, that will actually, okay. I just realized that was also definitely a problem. The ordering of that was wrong. And I suppose this should also be, this should actually be first. This should literally be first. This is a very simple check. Yep. We add it. Ta-da. Okay. Yet another problem I face due to implementation of bucket. Who could have guessed that might happen? Yep. Who could have guessed that would happen? And this has the effect of regenerating the world every time the server starts as well. I don't like that it's taken a long time again. It shouldn't be doing this. Oh, it's done. Wow, imagine that. It was a dumb issue where things weren't working. That's funny, it says preparing spawn area 100%. Is it still, I guess it's just still going? What? Oh, okay. I got disconnected from... how silly. No, it's still going. What is happening? This is the most confusing thing I've witnessed. Is it running out of memory? What is going on? Do I just let this run? It's still running. What happens if I try to join? It's unresponsive. I'm baffled. I am baffled. It never stops regenerating. I guess maybe I can't do this here. Yeah. That's it says 100% and it's still generating chunks. I guess perhaps I should put this in perhaps I should put it on a delay, right? Okay, we'll try this. Maybe that was enough to fix it? If not, I have one other thing I will try, which is to move this out of on enable to server load and do it here. Wait. Perhaps I should wait to do this some other time. Maybe? I don't know. We'll try this. Sorry, there's unfortunately not much I can show. I can't show logs. Let's see what happens. Whoa. Whoa. That was very different. Okay, that was very different. Alright, well, something definitely changed there. Failed main thread check. Oh. That's funny. That's really funny. Okay. So yeah. This needs to be called on the main thread. So let's get on main thread. Yeah. This is definitely a really weird thing that I'm doing. Where I call regenerate chunk asynchronously and then execute on the main thread. But, you know. What can you do, huh? What else can you do? Nothing. You gotta play by their rules. Their silly rules. Is there any reason why chunk generation has to be... regeneration has to happen on the main thread? No. In fact, chunk generation happens asynchronously in Minecraft. Well, on Bucket. It happens asynchronously. I don't understand. Or well, on paper, I think it happens asynchronously. Or Spigot? I don't know. There's like 3 layers of server stuff here. It's kind of ridiculous. I don't know who does what. Optimizations. But I know the chunk generation happens asynchronously. And apparently this goes straight to Bucket, which Bucket is not happy with that. So okay. Doing a lot of weird things for sure. Every time I call this function, I call it asynchronously, and then I go right back to the main thread to call this. Very funny. Probably best to do it that way anyway, so that things get delayed at the very least. Alright, well, it looks like it worked. Oh, we're generating chunks now. Good to see. 25 chunks, to be exact. 200. Let's see if it stops. I'm going to wait before I join to see that it hopefully stops generating chunks. And it's not going to be stuck in an infinite loop again. Not looking good. Still generating chunks. I'm just going to assume that it's running slowly, so that this might run for a little while to cover all the stuff that needs to be regenerated. And that it's not an infinite loop. Which somehow it might be. Alright, what is this actually doing? Yeah, that's what I thought. It's supposed to stop. but it's still running. It's definitely generating too much. And it's just regenerating the same 200 some odd chunks nonstop. Who knows, maybe it'll actually stop soon. I'm still going. It's running 120 seconds behind. Oh, it crashed. Alright. End it. Just end it. Server did not respond for 10 seconds. Regenerate chunk, yep, there it is. It's just hanging. It isn't an infinite loop. How? I don't understand. How? Okay. Well, I'm going to take a break for a little while. I'm going to go get some food and eat. So, yeah. Be back in a bit. I am back. All right. So. I still don't know why this is running an infinite loop. I have no idea. I have no idea why. Perhaps I misunderstand how these things work. Just give it a Boolean. We'll give it a true value. True. True. Alright, generated. If it contains the key. So this is based on its coordinates. So maybe I could verify real quick. Get key, get X. So why is it doing it twice? I think I figured it out. I think I really did. If this works, I'm going to try and convert it back yet again to the thing that I had before. But I think what happens here is we get to this point, we say, generate chunk. This runs, and before this returns a value, this comes down here. And it calls the event again, which is what's happening. So this is where the infinite loop happens. In fact, I'm so confident, I'm just going to convert this all over right now, because I just figured out what's going on. Check version number. I'm actually so confident that I'm going to change it back right now. And I will create constant field, paste key. Right? So it'll be private static. And then private static. Well, I don't need to write final. I'm so confident that this is the issue. So when I run regenerate chunk, the first thing we have to do is we have to say yeah, preemptively update the version. Chunk, well, set version key long version code. And we say if not, we say well, I mean, actually it's totally unnecessary. Yeah, it is unnecessary now. I suppose this is also technically unnecessary. Okay, cool. Preemptively update the version, otherwise we'll get an infinite loop. And then we come down here and we say, I think it's still going to happen actually. I think it's the funny part. This is still going to happen. Because when we regenerate it, and this is not being called. This is not happening. Clearly. Because if it was, then, you know, it would be, we'll do this. If it does not have it, actually new chunk. Save as current version. So this will save us. This will save us from this infinite loop. So if it doesn't have anything in it, we say, oh yeah, we're good. We're good. It's a new chunk. Or it has the correct stuff. Long version code. Return. Actually new chunk. Otherwise we check the version. We say here. Okay. Okay. This should... I say it all the time. This should work. This undoubtedly should work. This gets called. It's a fresh chunk. It's empty. It doesn't have a thing. We set it. We return. Good. It's actually a new thing. All right. Forgot to admit. Look at that. We're finally here. We're in the server. No errors. So let's run the command. Well, let's go to creative first. So that we can fly and not suffocate in case something goes horribly wrong. I run the command here. World regenerate. Reload the config file. Unable to access the main world. Huh. So this part was still wrong. Wait, what the? World. Where's it Minecraft world? You know, I think it's just world. I think it is actually just world. Ooh. I think it actually is just world. Do I use this anywhere else? Oh, look at that. Well, that answers my question. I use it here. Cool. All right. All right. Bad news. It might be happening again. It's happening again. Is it really? It's happening again. Yeah. How is it happening again? I don't understand. Okay, so I've been thinking about it, and well, I moved this line here. Honestly, I don't think that fixes it, but I think it's probably a step in the right direction. Because clearly what is happening now is we're still getting in this infinite loop situation. Where we get here, we're doing as we were calling regenerate chunk. It comes here, it sets it, and then it calls this on the main thread. The thing about executing the main thread is this function is a halting, or is a waiting function. It will stop execution until this function returns. I believe so. I don't know. I don't depend on that effect anywhere. In fact, I always write it as if this is now happening on a new thread totally separate to this, and this may execute anytime in the future. And that I can't get data outside of it here, right? But my thought is that we set it here. Then we come back here anyway and call this. Everything passes, even this one passes. We get here. It does have it. Then it gets here and it says it's actually not equal. It has the value and it's not equal to version code. Which to me doesn't make any sense. It should be setting it. And I mean, probably even best if I set it here. In fact, this can even be taken out of this else statement because technically if you have a return, there's no reason to have an else statement like that. This is the only thing that I can imagine is going on. Can I understand why it was loaded? Is there anything like that? Like, hey, here's the reason why the chunk was loaded? No, of course not. I really thought this would be like a simple fix to add this feature, and then I could get into just configuring the world generation, but this is taking a whole lot longer than I anticipated. It's going to take the whole stream, basically, is what it looks like. Only regenerate in the overworld? Let me get the chunk. Don't regenerate new chunks. Set the version code. You have an actual new chunk. Save as the current version. What happens is the server is being loaded for the first time and it's getting down here. And it runs this. And I think what happens is a really messed up thing. We save the version number, then we call regenerate, and it takes the old version number and saves that to the new chunk. And then it calls this. And then we say, oh, it does have a version code. It's the old one for some reason. Set it as a new one and regenerate. And then the regenerate happens and it resets it to the old one. That's the only thing I can think of. I wonder if I can call something on the chunk to be like save. What if I do this? Controls whether the chunk is saved. What if I did this? What if I unloaded the chunk? I mean, it sounds dumb. I wish I could just save it. Let's go see if we can find the implementation here. Must not save equals not save. Unload chunk request. Wait, what? Regenerate chunk. Yeah, here's the chunk statuses that I thought existed, which do exist. What are these? Biomes, noise. Interesting. I mean, that's an idea. But let's attempt this one. Let's see if just moving it outside of that function helps. Because maybe it's just timing stuff. Where it's using old data. I mean, if it is a timing issue, then technically this doesn't fix the infinite loop. And it looks like I might have to just go back to the hash map anyway and just have it like store 500 chunks or something, or 1,000 chunks, just to hopefully reduce the amount of infinite looping. If it's ever looping on 500 chunks simultaneously, then it won't work. But I mean, I could put it on a timer and have a hash map store it, and then every 10 seconds it clears the hash map. It's a possibility. got a slow load this time. Okay, we had a slow load, but it's fine. Let's see what happens. Okay, we're generating chunks now. Chunks are regenerating. I don't know why this keeps logging me out. That is so... Oh yeah, stay logged in. Maybe I should check that. Oh my gosh. It is fluctuating on the CPU. Oh, well, now it's just locked at 100% usage. It doesn't look like it's stopping. Yeah, it's not stopping. This is so stupid. I believe I'm doing everything the correct way. Stop the server. Okay, fine, kill it. Everything I'm doing should be right. The reason it's not right is because of things outside of my control. The implementation of this does not support what I'm actually trying to do. The implementation of Bucket does not support what I'm trying to do. Because it's very obviously, I'm setting the version number, and then it runs this, and before it regenerates it, it loads the old version number from the file system. It loads the old version number from the file system because the chunk hasn't technically been saved yet. And from there, it sees this executes, and just before it returns, it comes down here to run this again, and it says, oh, are we... It comes down here with the old chunk data. I'm sure it comes here with like the new regenerated data, but then the old persistent data container information, which has the old version key, which the way I have it laid out, it will regenerate it. So what I think I need to do is I just need to combine these, I suppose. Because this just isn't going to work unless I do this. So I'm going to combine both of these. I'm going to combine using the persistent data container for long-term storage and a namely for flying around and coming back. And I would just like to be able to have this turned on without regenerating chunks every single time the server actually restarts. Because that's what it's going to do. If it's turned on, it's going to regenerate the chunks every time. Which, I mean, I suppose I'm fine with. You know, it needs... But I don't want it to do that unless I tell it to start regenerating. So here's what I'll do. I'll actually change this. I will actually set I will set some version code here, I think, to, we'll say, just 1. We'll set it to 1. And what we will do is we will only start trying to regenerate chunks as we load them after the first time we run this command. So when the server starts, nothing will happen. No regeneration will happen until I run the command. And then it's going to start doing things. And at the same time, I still need to have that. I basically need to have a hash map again still, where I'm storing the chunk location key so that when I come back inevitably doing the whole looping thing, I can check if it exists. If it does, remove it and return immediately on the spot. Remove it from the hash map and return. This should hopefully control memory usage. But it should stop, dead stop, chunk infinitely regenerating. So do regeneration false. True. Let me say this is kind of unnecessary to run both these at the same time, but this is what we're going to do. Because I believe it checks it up here too. I mean, no, it actually doesn't. Oh yeah, it does. Is reloadable. Not reloadable, you must restart the server reloadable. Is that true? Yeah. So we'll just check both anyway. It's exhaustive and unnecessary, but we do that. And then we're going to have to do this. And inside here, all of this, all of this. And actually, if I actually run this here, yeah, we'll do this here. We can call it within this function. Probably the better place to call it. I think it's completely unnecessary to be storing a secondary value, but I'll do it anyway. This really, really should work. I'm sidestepping the poor implementation that reloads persistent data containers from disk when you try to regenerate a chunk, because that's the only explanation for why this is happening. For why I get stuck in the infinite loop, even though I'm setting the new value. Because again, I will remind myself, if there's a new chunk, set it. If it does not have a version key, set it to the current one and do not regenerate it. If it has a version key, which is obviously if we get done here, compare it to the current one. Well, I guess I could actually do this. If it's null or that. Well, actually, if it's null, I'll do that. Return. If it's equal to it, then we return on the spot. We don't need to set anything. Yeah. I would not doubt it that this is also a possibility. It's keeping the data, and maybe it does clear it, but it just sets everything to null. Possible result there. If it's null, just set it to the current value and return. Otherwise, if it is set and it's not null, and it's not equal to this, set the version code. And then run it. Run this. I'm going to be a bit more concise on what's happening here. There we go. All right. it contains the key, remove it and return. Otherwise, put it there. I'll even synchronize on this. To be absolutely sure that no funny business happens, we never generate a chunk twice. So how does static field do from instance context? Well, yeah, that's the point. That's the point. That's actually the point. That is very much intentional. That is literally the point. Yeah, how do I just let me express. Is always inverted? Yeah, you're just stupid. Yeah, this is such a stupid. Okay. Fine. Fine. Fine, I did it. Is always inverted? No, it's not. Check your eyes. Check your eyes. It's just being dumb. It's bothering me. Okay. Alright. I don't see a single world where this doesn't work. I mean, I've been living in a world where everything I've been doing doesn't work. Not to any fault of my own, except for the very first thing. I did actually sort of do my own infinite loop, but then when I corrected it, it still happened anyway, because, you know, implementation is clearly to be using the old version number somehow. Super obnoxious the way I have to write all this code. Like, I shouldn't have to do any of this. The only thing I should have to do is this. This should handle the problem for me, because when a chunk is regenerated, this should be true. It should be true. It's not. I have to sidestep it with this. And then this still isn't good enough, because if I change it before regenerating it, it still reloads it from disk. So then I have to do this to it's a sidestep on top of a sidestep for their poor implementation. Two things implemented wrong by every measure. They've implemented things wrong twice. All right, let's see. Well, first of all, I shouldn't do first of all, I shouldn't do any chunk regeneration yet. Not until I log in and I ask it to. Okay. Let's finally do something. All right. Glad to see chunks in front of me still don't load. Okay. All right. Now. World regenerate. theoretically the sand in front of me should disappear. If this was done correctly. Oh, it's lagging. It's doing a lot of logging because it's lagging. Timed out. I'll let it run for a bit and see if it comes back. But clearly what I have to do is give it some breathing room. So I'll go ahead and change it so that we do this a little bit better. Is it actually crashing it now? Oh, it did actually crash now. That's funny. It actually crashed. So what I will do instead of this is core executor execute we'll just do a sleep. Thread sleep for let's say 5 milliseconds. Sure. Try catch. Do nothing. Right. Whoops. Forgot to flip over. Whoopsie. Yeah. Well, the server did actually crash. Yeah, main thread death. Oh, that is a log span. Really hard. Yeah, it's regenerating too many chunks, is what's going on. 5 milliseconds should be enough time for it to recover. Oh, wait a second. Oh, wow. How did I miss that? How did I miss that? I can't believe I actually missed that. I mean, this definitely wasn't actually causing any of the issues, but this was something I missed. Technically, I do need to set it here. Okay. All right. Okay. Built. Know that all my band-aids have been applied. It was working previously, but it was just so slow that the server crashed itself. Which just means I was running it too hard. So I had to apply this, but then obviously I needed to apply that as well. Although again, I reiterate, this was not causing the infinite loop to happen. Right, okay. We're in the right scene, indeed. All right. No infinite loop, and it should have plenty of downtime to breathe. It's still printing out that it's not responsive. So, the problem is that world edit runs, as we found out earlier, runs chunk regeneration on the main thread. It runs on the main thread. And apparently 5 milliseconds isn't enough for it to catch up. So let's try... I could just keep cranking this number up. We'll try 100 milliseconds. Well, okay. We'll start with 50 milliseconds. We'll see if this is enough delay for the server to not crap its pants. I'm getting very tired with this. Problems on top of problems on top of problems. None of them mine. The main thing is that it is doing disk. It is reading disk on the main thread. So yeah, I get the readout anyway. We'll see if I time out. 100 milliseconds is long enough. That's weird. It just said 70. It just said 70. 70 seconds had not passed. And it had already generated 70 chunks? That doesn't make any sense. 100 chunks? That doesn't make any sense. What is going on? Is it still running the infinite loop anyway? I think it is. I think it's still running the infinite loop anyway. Somehow, after all my bandages, there's still an infinite loop happening. Somewhere between this function call and this, there's an infinite loop. Honestly, not even that. Honestly, not even that. Well, I mean, that is how it starts, actually. I'm baffled. I don't understand. I don't understand at all. Sadly, I just want to be able to do this without having to run. Oh my gosh. I want to be able to do this and be able to fly around the world reloading chunks, regenerating chunks as I load them. And I'm really quite confused on how this is happening. Unfortunately, this cannot be called asynchronously, which really, really sucks. Is there something with async world that I can call it? Possibly. Let me look it up. API documentation. I mean, well, I would love to, there we go, Java docs. Bucket. World. Regenerate. Aha. They do. They have their own regenerate, it seems. Possibly. But I have to go find out. Maybe this will be enough. This will be the last thing I try. Oh, look, it's available from PaperMC. Nice. Last thing I try. Is that necessary? Really? I mean, alright. They have this weird extra thing that they need, apparently. So I guess I'll just add it. I have no idea what it does. I'll re-import, and we will see if this is enough. All right. Drop-in replacement indeed, it seems. Let's go to the implementation of this. I'm gonna guess this won't work. But I guess I need to try it and see. Can I perhaps unimport these ones and see if maybe import this? Okay, there's only one that exists. Alright, yeah, I guess there's only one that exists. Okay. I mean, technically I was already using fast async world edit for this. So this should just fail on the spot. Yeah. I don't know why I thought that would change anything, but hey, you know, let's just find out. Let's find out. Because fast async world edit is designed to be a drop-in replacement. It uses all the exact same package names, it just changes implementation details. So yeah. I mean, I'm certain this is going to fail. But I suppose on the 1 in a million chance that it does not fail, it'd be worth trying. Should rather quickly fail. Yeah, there it is. Now is the server delayed? Well, seems to be working just fine. I'm just going to get printouts for the next year because every single block is going to fail to place. Yeah. All right. Well, what I'm going to have to do is I'm going to have to go through and copy the implementation that world edit uses and maybe not even that. I think I just set up my own environment. I don't even go through Bucket. I don't even talk to Bucket. I run all my own stuff. Which is probably the best way to do it. I'm not... Because World Edit uses Bucket a little bit in their implementation. Fast Async World Edit does not have their own implementation of this. They do it exactly the same way. In fact, that's literally what I was using this whole time. Anyway. This is just really slow, and it runs on the main thread. It regenerates the whole chunk on the main thread. Which really sucks. Really sucks. But I could fly around and still have it happen in real time. I just have to do it myself. Entirely myself. Where I go to my own... I go to this file, directly and I say, hey, give me a new chunk, and then I do it. Yeah, I am. I'm gonna end the stream. It's really upsetting. Oh, Uba Juba, thank you for following. I really appreciate it. The reason none of this has worked is because of poor implementations by Bucket and by World Edit. Mostly by Bucket. Because regenerating a chunk happens on the main thread. I have to run it on the main thread. And if I want to do it in real time, I mean, that's just not going to happen. World Edit, for some reason, insists on running it on the main thread as well. So, can't do anything. Can't use them. Gotta do it myself. I thought I could take a shortcut. 4.5 hours later, I found out that my shortcut was a dead end, and I have to walk all the way back and do what I was going to do first anyway. But alright, that's fine. Thanks for following. I don't know how long you've been watching, but sorry to say it's ending now. I'm going to go to sleep, and I will do this next time. Thanks for follows. Thanks for watching. Thanks for chatting. See you all later.